Hello, whispered ones. Tonight, we're diving deep into the mind of one of the most influential figures in modern psychology, Sigmund Freud. Known as the father of psychoanalysis, Freud revolutionized the way we think about the human mind, dreams, and behavior. From his groundbreaking theories on the unconscious mind to his controversial ideas on sexuality, Freud's work has had a lasting impact on psychology, culture, and society. So, sit back, relax, and let's explore the fascinating life and ideas of Sigmund Freud together. Sigmund Freud stands as one of the most influential figures in the history of psychology and modern thought. Before his revolutionary ideas, our understanding of the human mind was limited to surface-level observations of behavior. Freud dared to go deeper, exploring the unconscious, the hidden, often dark forces that shape our thoughts, feelings, and actions. Freud's theories introduced us to the idea that much of what drives us lies beneath the surface, in the unconscious mind. His work changed the way we think about mental health, personality, and even dreams, shifting the focus from external behaviors to the internal conflicts and desires that influence our lives. Through concepts like repression, the Oedipus complex, and defense mechanisms, Freud revealed the complexity of the human psyche, opening the door to new approaches to therapy and mental health treatment. But Freud's influence extends far beyond the field of psychology. His ideas have seeped into art, literature, film, and philosophy, shaping how we understand not only ourselves but the world around us. Whether celebrated or critiqued, Freud's work continues to provoke thought, challenge assumptions, and inspire generations of thinkers. In this video, we'll explore how Freud's groundbreaking ideas laid the foundation for psychoanalysis and forever transformed our understanding of the human mind. Freud's work continues to be relevant today because it touches on the most fundamental aspects of human experience, the inner workings of the mind, our hidden desires, and the complex relationship between thought and behavior. His theories laid the groundwork for psychoanalysis, a practice that has influenced not only psychotherapy but also how we approach human psychology in various fields, from education to art. Freud's exploration of the unconscious mind introduced the idea that our thoughts, behaviors, and even mental health issues are often shaped by forces we are unaware of. By identifying mechanisms like repression, where painful memories or desires are pushed out of conscious awareness, Freud revealed how much of our behavior is guided by hidden conflicts. This understanding transformed the way mental illness was viewed and treated, giving rise to talk therapy, where patients could explore their unconscious thoughts and feelings to find healing. Psychoanalysis, the method Freud developed, became the foundation for modern psychotherapy. Through techniques like free association, dream interpretation, and transference, Freud sought to uncover the unconscious motives that drive our actions. Even today, many therapeutic practices still draw on Freud's ideas, as his theories about the mind's complexity remain at the core of psychological treatment. In essence, Freud's work matters because he reshaped the way we think about the mind, offering insights into the deep, often hidden forces that shape who we are. His legacy lives on in the practices, treatments, and theories that continue to guide the field of psychology today. One of Freud's most groundbreaking contributions to psychology was his intense focus on the unconscious mind, the hidden part of our psyche that influences much of our behavior without us even realizing it. Freud believed that beneath our conscious thoughts and actions lies a vast, uncharted territory of repressed desires, fears, and memories. By bringing these unconscious forces to light, Freud argued, we could better understand and treat psychological issues. Freud also saw dreams as a key to understanding the unconscious mind. In his famous work The Interpretation of Dreams, he described dreams as the royal road to the unconscious, where our deepest desires and anxieties are revealed in symbolic form. Freud's theory of dream analysis opened up a new way of thinking about the mind, offering a window into the inner workings of human thought and emotion. Freud's revolutionary ideas on the unconscious and dreams completely transformed the field of psychology. He shifted the focus from simply observing behavior to exploring the underlying causes of mental health issues, what people repress, deny, or avoid in their waking life. This shift laid the foundation for psychoanalysis, and even today, many therapeutic practices are rooted in his belief that exploring the unconscious is key to healing the mind. By introducing concepts like repression, defense mechanisms, and the significance of dreams, Freud didn't just change the course of psychology, he changed the way we think about ourselves and the complexities of the human experience. Sigmund Freud's most profound contribution to psychology was his exploration of the unconscious mind, a concept that changed the way we understand human behavior. Freud believed that the unconscious mind is a repository of thoughts, memories, and desires that are not easily accessible to our conscious awareness but still have a powerful influence on our actions, emotions, and mental health. He proposed that much of what drives us, from hidden fears to repressed desires, operates below the surface of our awareness. Freud's focus on dreams was equally revolutionary. In his work The Interpretation of Dreams, he suggested that dreams are a window into the unconscious mind, a place where our hidden thoughts and feelings are expressed symbolically. He introduced the idea that by analyzing dreams, we could uncover the unconscious conflicts that shape our waking life. For Freud, dreams weren't just random images but reflections of our deepest desires and anxieties, providing a key to understanding the human psyche. These ideas fundamentally changed the course of psychology. Before Freud, psychological study largely focused on observable behaviors and conscious thoughts. Freud, however, shifted the focus to the inner, unseen forces that influence behavior. By developing the practice of psychoanalysis, he offered a method to explore and address these unconscious influences, forever altering how mental health is treated. Freud's theories on the unconscious, dreams, and human behavior opened up new pathways in psychology, setting the stage for modern psychotherapy. Even today, his work continues to influence how we think about the mind, mental illness, and the complex forces that shape who we are. Sigmund Freud was born on May 6, 1856, in the small town of Freiburg, in what is now the Czech Republic. At the time, this region was part of the Austrian Empire, and Freud's family, of Jewish descent, lived modestly but with a strong focus on education and intellectual development. Freud's parents, Jacob and Amalia Freud, played significant roles in shaping his early life and his intellectual pursuits. Freud's father, Jacob, was a wool merchant who, despite facing financial struggles, had a deep interest in literature and learning. His father's philosophical thinking and appreciation for history likely influenced Freud's own desire to explore the depths of the human mind. Amalia, Freud's mother, was 20 years younger than her husband and was known for her warmth and devotion to her children. Freud had a particularly close relationship with his mother, who saw him as her golden child, fostering a deep bond that some have speculated may have influenced his later theories on parental relationships and attachment. Freud's family moved to Vienna when he was 4 years old, and it was there that his intellectual journey truly began. Though the family's economic situation was often challenging, they valued education highly, and Freud's parents encouraged his pursuit of knowledge from a young age. This strong emphasis on learning and critical thinking would become a defining feature of Freud's life and work. The dynamics of Freud's family, his close relationship with his mother, and his father's intellectual influence all played a key role in shaping his early thoughts on psychology, relationships, and human behavior. Born on May 6, 1856, in Freiburg, Austria, now Freiburg, Czech Republic, Sigmund Freud was raised in a Jewish family during a time of significant political and social change in Europe. His family's Jewish heritage, though not overtly religious, played a subtle role in his identity. Freud's father, Jacob Freud, was a wool merchant with a scholarly interest in philosophy and literature, while his mother, Amalia, was known for her warmth and affection towards her children. Freud, the eldest of 8 siblings, shared a particularly close relationship with his mother, who often referred to him as her golden Siggy. Freud's family moved to Vienna when he was 4 years old, and it was there that he spent most of his life. Although the family faced financial difficulties, education was highly valued in the Freud household. This emphasis on learning and intellectual development, along with the complexities of his family dynamics, laid the foundation for Freud's future interest in human psychology and the inner workings of the mind. Sigmund Freud's upbringing was deeply shaped by his family dynamics, especially his close relationship with his mother, Amalia. As the eldest of 8 children, Freud held a special place in his family, particularly in the eyes of his mother, who often referred to him as her golden Siggy. This maternal bond would later influence Freud's theories on attachment, development, and his famous Oedipus complex theory, which explored the deep emotional connection between a child and their opposite-sex parent. Freud's mother was not only affectionate but also supportive of his intellectual curiosity, encouraging his early interests in reading and learning. This nurturing environment helped Freud develop a sense of self-confidence and intellectual ambition from a young age. His father, Jacob Freud, a wool merchant, also played a key role in Freud's development. Though less emotionally involved than Amalia, Jacob instilled in Freud a love for history and philosophy, exposing him to ideas that would later shape his intellectual pursuits. Freud's family moved to Vienna when he was 4, and it was in this intellectually rich city that Freud's educational journey began. Despite facing financial challenges, Freud's parents made his education a priority. This strong emphasis on intellectual development in his family home played a pivotal role in shaping Freud's future work, particularly his drive to explore the complexities of the human mind. Freud's close relationship with his mother and the dynamics within his family inspired much of his work in psychoanalysis, especially his theories on parental relationships, early childhood development, and the unconscious. His exploration of familial bonds, particularly the emotional intensity of early childhood attachments, became central to his understanding of human psychology and the development of neuroses. These early experiences laid the foundation for his later theories on the unconscious mind, repression, and the role of family dynamics in shaping personality. Freud was a brilliant and curious student from a young age, which led him to pursue higher education at the University of Vienna in 1873. Initially drawn to a wide range of subjects, Freud chose to study medicine, a decision that would lay the groundwork for his later exploration of the human mind. While his studies began with a focus on neurology and biology, it was during this time that Freud's interest in understanding the deeper workings of human behavior and the mind truly took root. The University of Vienna, one of the most prestigious institutions of its time, offered Freud a rich intellectual environment where he could explore the sciences in great depth. Freud excelled academically, and his fascination with how the brain and nervous system functioned became a central focus. This period was formative in his development, as it provided him with a scientific background that would later influence his theories on psychology and psychoanalysis. Although he originally embarked on a career in medicine and neurology, Freud's insatiable curiosity about the mysteries of human behavior led him down a different path, one that would eventually lead to the birth of psychoanalysis. His time at the University of Vienna was pivotal, setting him on a course to become one of the most influential figures in modern psychology. During his time at the University of Vienna, Freud developed a deep interest in neurology, which became the foundation of his early medical career. His fascination with the brain, nervous system, and the biological mechanisms that govern human behavior drew him towards studying the field of neurology under some of the most influential scientists of the time. He studied the anatomy of the brain extensively, working on research related to the functions of nerve cells and their structures. Freud's early work as a neurologist, especially his research on cerebral palsy and aphasia, showcased his meticulous scientific approach and intellectual brilliance. However, as Freud delved deeper into the complexities of the nervous system, he began to realize that biological explanations alone were insufficient to fully understand human behavior. This realization sparked his growing interest in the psychological and emotional factors that influence the mind. Freud became increasingly curious about the unconscious forces driving human thoughts, actions, and emotions, elements that could not be fully explained by neurology alone. It was during this period that Freud's curiosity about the inner workings of the mind began to take shape. His early exposure to patients with mental health conditions further fueled this interest. He observed how many symptoms of psychological distress, such as hysteria and neuroses, could not be explained by physical causes alone. This led Freud to question the traditional medical model of the time and explore deeper, unseen forces that affect the psyche, paving the way for his groundbreaking work in psychoanalysis. Freud's shift from neurology to the study of the human mind marked the beginning of his journey into uncharted territories of psychology. His early interest in understanding the brain's biological functions evolved into a passion for exploring the unconscious mind, and this transition laid the foundation for his revolutionary theories on human behavior, dreams, and the unconscious. After completing his medical studies, Sigmund Freud's journey into the depths of the human mind took a significant turn when he traveled to Paris in 1885 to study under the renowned neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot. Charcot was a pioneer in the study of neurological disorders, particularly hysteria, a condition that, at the time, was poorly understood and often dismissed. Charcot's groundbreaking work focused on using hypnosis as a treatment for hysteria, and Freud was captivated by the possibilities this method offered in uncovering the hidden workings of the mind. Under Charcot's mentorship, Freud observed how hypnosis could bring suppressed memories and emotions to the surface, allowing patients to express thoughts and feelings that were otherwise inaccessible in their conscious state. This experience deeply influenced Freud's thinking, as he began to understand that many psychological symptoms were rooted in unconscious conflicts. Freud was particularly struck by Charcot's ability to induce and relieve symptoms of hysteria through hypnosis, which demonstrated the powerful connection between the mind and body. Freud's time in Paris marked a pivotal moment in his career. It was here that he first encountered the idea that psychological issues could stem from repressed emotions and unconscious desires rather than just physical causes. Charcot's methods opened Freud's eyes to the possibility that the mind could be explored and treated in ways that went beyond traditional medical practices. Although Freud would eventually move away from hypnosis as a primary treatment, this period laid the foundation for his later work on psychoanalysis, where he would develop techniques to access the unconscious without the need for hypnotic states. Freud returned to Vienna inspired by Charcot's teachings, and his experiences in Paris became a catalyst for his revolutionary ideas on hysteria, repression, and the unconscious mind, concepts that would soon become central to the development of psychoanalysis. Jean-Martin Charcot's work on hysteria and hypnosis had a profound impact on Sigmund Freud, inspiring him to explore the unconscious mind and its role in mental disorders. Charcot's innovative approach, which demonstrated that psychological issues like hysteria could be linked to emotional and mental disturbances rather than purely physical causes, was revolutionary at the time. This marked the beginning of Freud's fascination with the idea that much of human behavior and mental illness was influenced by hidden, unconscious forces. Charcot's use of hypnosis to reveal repressed memories and emotions in his patients deeply resonated with Freud. He saw how Charcot was able to bring to light underlying traumas that patients themselves were not aware of, insights that Freud later expanded upon in his own work. Charcot's methods showed Freud that many mental disorders could not be explained solely by biological factors, but by the internal, unresolved conflicts within the mind. This realization led Freud to pursue a deeper understanding of the unconscious, the hidden part of the psyche where repressed thoughts, memories, and desires reside. Freud began to theorize that many mental disorders, especially hysteria, were the result of these repressed emotions. Charcot's work became a stepping stone for Freud's revolutionary ideas about the unconscious mind, repression, and the link between emotional trauma and mental illness. Freud would later build upon these concepts to develop psychoanalysis, where he sought to bring unconscious thoughts into conscious awareness through methods like free association and dream interpretation without relying on hypnosis. Charcot's influence on Freud was undeniable. The time Freud spent in Paris observing Charcot's techniques not only broadened his understanding of mental disorders but also ignited his lifelong quest to uncover the inner workings of the unconscious mind. This period was instrumental in shaping Freud's pioneering ideas, which would go on to transform psychology and the way mental health is understood and treated. After returning to Vienna, Sigmund Freud began working closely with Joseph Breuer, a respected physician and researcher. Their collaboration would play a pivotal role in the development of psychoanalysis, particularly in their approach to treating patients with hysteria. Breuer had been treating a patient known as Anna O., a case that would become famous for its groundbreaking approach to understanding mental illness. Anna O. was suffering from a range of psychological and physical symptoms, including paralysis, hallucinations, and memory loss. Breuer's treatment, which involved encouraging Anna to speak freely about her experiences, eventually led to a significant improvement in her condition. Freud was deeply influenced by Breuer's method, particularly the idea that talking about one's repressed emotions could bring relief from psychological symptoms. This method, which Anna O. famously called the talking cure, became the foundation for what would later be known as free association in psychoanalysis. Freud and Breuer believed that many cases of hysteria were caused by repressed traumatic experiences, and by helping patients recall and express these emotions, they could relieve their distress. The collaboration between Freud and Breuer resulted in their co-authorship of Studies on Hysteria in 1895, a work that marked the formal beginning of psychoanalysis. In this groundbreaking book, they detailed several cases of patients suffering from hysteria and introduced the idea that psychological disorders could be treated through the exploration of unconscious emotions and memories. Freud, building on Breuer's work, began to focus more deeply on the role of the unconscious mind in mental illness, eventually expanding these ideas into his theory of repression and the dynamic forces within the psyche. While Freud and Breuer eventually parted ways due to differing views, Breuer was more hesitant to fully embrace Freud's theories about sexuality and the unconscious. Their collaboration was instrumental in laying the groundwork for psychoanalysis. Breuer's work with hysteria provided Freud with the initial framework to explore the depths of the human mind, and from this foundation, Freud would go on to revolutionize the treatment of mental disorders. The case study of Anna O., treated by Joseph Breuer with Sigmund Freud's involvement, became one of the most significant milestones in the history of psychology as it introduced the concept of talk therapy. Anna O., whose real name was Bertha Pappenheim, suffered from a variety of symptoms related to hysteria, including paralysis, speech issues, and hallucinations. Breuer discovered that by allowing Anna to speak freely about her thoughts, memories, and emotions, what she called the talking cure, many of her symptoms improved. This treatment method, in which patients were encouraged to verbalize their repressed emotions and traumatic experiences, became the foundation for what Freud would later call free association. Instead of focusing solely on physical symptoms or using hypnosis, Freud and Breuer realized that encouraging patients to talk about their innermost thoughts and feelings could reveal unconscious conflicts that were at the root of their psychological distress. The Anna O. case, detailed in their 1895 publication Studies on Hysteria, was revolutionary in its approach to mental health treatment. It demonstrated that psychological issues could be addressed not just through medical intervention but by exploring the emotional and unconscious life of the patient. This case introduced the idea that talking about one's hidden, repressed memories could lead to healing, a concept that laid the groundwork for psychoanalysis. Freud took this idea even further, developing the theory that much of human behavior is driven by unconscious desires and conflicts. The Anna O case was pivotal in shaping Freud's understanding of the mind and solidified his belief that exploring the unconscious through talk therapy could provide lasting relief from psychological disorders. This method evolved into psychoanalysis, a practice that has since become one of the most enduring and influential approaches in modern psychotherapy. One of Sigmund Freud's most influential contributions to psychology was his theory of the human psyche, which he divided into three distinct parts: the ID, the ego, and the superego. These components interact to shape our thoughts, behaviors, and personality, with each representing a different aspect of our inner life. The ID, primitive instincts. The ID represents the most basic, primal part of the psyche. It operates purely on the pleasure principle, seeking immediate gratification of instincts and desires. The ID is entirely unconscious and driven by the need to satisfy urges such as hunger, thirst, and sexual desire, regardless of the consequences. Freud saw the ID as the source of our most basic, instinctual impulses, present from birth and unconstrained by logic, morality, or social rules. Its demands are immediate and often selfish, and it doesn't consider reality or the long-term effects of acting on these desires. The ego, reality. The ego acts as the mediator between the ID and the outside world. Governed by the reality principle, the ego is concerned with making rational decisions that take into account the demands of both the ID and the external environment. While the ID seeks instant gratification, the ego understands that not all desires can be immediately satisfied and works to balance the urges of the ID with the constraints of reality. It operates at both conscious and unconscious levels and helps to regulate behavior in ways that are socially acceptable. The ego is pragmatic, considering long-term consequences and the rules of society, and helps us function in the real world. The superego, morality. The superego represents our moral conscience and ideals. It develops as a result of the internalization of societal and parental values and rules, usually during early childhood. The superego strives for perfection, constantly pushing the individual to act in ways that are morally and ethically acceptable. It judges our actions and can lead to feelings of guilt or pride, depending on whether we align with or deviate from our internalized moral code. While the ID seeks pleasure and the ego navigates reality, the superego serves as the voice of morality, often conflicting with the ID's desires. In Freud's theory, the ID, ego, and superego are in constant interaction and often conflict with one another. The ID's instinctual drives might clash with the superego's strict moral codes, and the ego is left to mediate between these two forces, navigating the tensions between desire, morality, and reality. This inner conflict, according to Freud, plays a crucial role in shaping human behavior and can lead to psychological distress when not properly balanced. Freud's model of the psyche is central to his understanding of personality, mental health, and the development of neuroses. It explains how unconscious forces, shaped by our instincts, desires, and societal expectations, influence our actions and emotions, creating the complexities of human experience. Freud believed that the ID, ego, and superego are in constant interaction, shaping human behavior through a dynamic interplay of desires, morality, and reality. These three elements of the psyche often come into conflict with one another, creating a psychological tension that influences our thoughts, actions, and overall personality. The ID and its instinctual demands. The ID operates based on the pleasure principle, constantly seeking immediate gratification of primal desires like hunger, aggression, and sexual impulses. The ID is entirely unconscious and driven by basic needs, but its desires are often unrealistic or socially unacceptable. Freud saw the ID as the most primitive part of our psyche, representing raw, instinctual energy that demands satisfaction regardless of consequences. The superego and moral control. In contrast to the ID's demands, the superego represents the internalized societal and moral standards learned from parents and culture. It strives for perfection, pushing individuals to behave in morally acceptable ways. The superego judges our actions, producing feelings of guilt or pride depending on whether we meet its moral standards. It acts as a counterforce to the ID, often suppressing or denying its desires, creating an internal tension. The ego and mediation between reality and desire. The ego, functioning according to the reality principle, mediates between the ID's instinctual demands and the superego's moral constraints. It attempts to satisfy the ID's desires in a socially acceptable and realistic manner, considering the consequences of actions and navigating the rules of the outside world. The ego operates at both conscious and unconscious levels, and its job is to maintain balance between the impulsive ID and the strict superego. Interaction and conflict. Freud believed that human behavior arises from the constant negotiation between these three forces. For example, if the ID desires something that violates the superego's moral standards, such as aggressive or selfish behavior, the ego steps in to find a compromise that satisfies both. If the ego successfully mediates between the ID and the superego, behavior remains balanced and healthy. However, when the ego struggles to balance the ID and superego, inner conflict arises. For example, if the ego is overwhelmed by the ID's impulses, it might lead to irrational or impulsive behavior. On the other hand, if the superego exerts too much control, it can result in feelings of guilt, shame, or anxiety. Freud believed that unresolved conflicts between these elements could manifest in psychological symptoms or neuroses, influencing how we act, think, and relate to others. Defense mechanisms. To cope with this tension, the ego employs defense mechanisms such as repression, denial, or rationalization to manage the demands of the ID and the moral pressure of the superego. These unconscious strategies help the individual avoid psychological distress by reducing the anxiety created by the ID-superego conflict. Impact on human behavior. Freud saw the interaction between the ID, ego, and superego as a key driver of human behavior. He believed that much of our personality and emotional life is shaped by this internal struggle, which plays out in everyday decisions, relationships, and mental health. The dynamic between these forces not only explains how we balance our instincts, morality, and reality, but also highlights the complexity of the unconscious mind in shaping our thoughts and behaviors. In Freud's view, understanding this interaction was crucial to treating psychological issues, as it revealed the hidden forces that influence human behavior and emotions. Freud's concept of repression is one of the central ideas in his theory of the unconscious mind. He believed that repression occurs when thoughts, desires, or memories that are too painful, shameful, or socially unacceptable are pushed out of conscious awareness and into the unconscious mind. This mechanism serves as a defense mechanism to protect the individual from experiencing overwhelming anxiety or guilt caused by these unwanted thoughts or desires. The process of repression. Repression, according to Freud, is an unconscious process. The individual is not aware that certain memories, thoughts, or desires have been repressed. These repressed elements can include traumatic memories, forbidden desires, aggressive impulses, or unresolved conflicts that the conscious mind finds too distressing to deal with directly. The act of repression prevents these thoughts from entering consciousness, allowing the individual to continue functioning without facing the emotional turmoil that these thoughts might cause. However, Freud believed that repression was not a permanent solution. While these unwanted thoughts may be hidden in the unconscious, they continue to exert influence on the individual's emotions and behavior. Repressed desires and conflicts do not disappear but instead manifest indirectly, often through dreams, slips of the tongue, Freudian slips, or in the form of neurotic symptoms like anxiety, phobias, or compulsive behaviors. This is why Freud referred to the unconscious as a powerful and dynamic force that plays a crucial role in shaping our personality and mental health. Repression and psychoanalysis. Freud argued that repressed thoughts and desires are at the root of many psychological disorders. He believed that much of human suffering stems from unresolved conflicts buried in the unconscious mind. In his therapeutic approach of psychoanalysis, Freud's goal was to help patients bring these repressed elements to the surface, into conscious awareness, where they could be understood and resolved. To access these repressed thoughts, Freud developed techniques like free association, where patients were encouraged to say whatever came to mind without censoring their thoughts. This method allowed repressed material to emerge in the form of seemingly random or disjointed thoughts. Freud also analyzed dreams, believing that they were a royal road to the unconscious, as repressed desires often appeared in symbolic form during sleep. By uncovering these hidden desires and memories, Freud believed that patients could confront their unresolved issues and achieve psychological healing. The role of repression in everyday life. Freud also suggested that repression is a universal experience, not just something associated with psychological disorders. Everyone represses thoughts and desires at various points in life. For instance, feelings of guilt, anger, or sexual desires that conflict with societal norms or personal values may be repressed. The ego, in its role as the mediator between the id and the superego, uses repression as a tool to maintain balance, keeping these unacceptable desires hidden from conscious awareness. However, excessive repression can lead to psychological distress. When the pressure of repressed thoughts becomes too strong, it can result in emotional outbursts, anxiety, or the development of neurotic behaviors. Freud saw repression as both a necessary and potentially harmful defense mechanism, essential for coping with the demands of reality but also a source of hidden conflict that could disrupt mental well-being. Repression's lasting impact on psychology. Freud's theory of repression has had a lasting impact on psychology and the understanding of human behavior. It introduced the idea that much of what drives us lies beneath the surface of our conscious awareness, and that understanding these hidden forces is key to understanding ourselves. The concept of repression continues to influence modern psychotherapy, especially in exploring the unconscious causes of emotional distress and mental illness. Freud's concept of defense mechanisms refers to unconscious psychological strategies used by the ego to protect itself from anxiety, guilt, or other negative emotions that arise from internal conflicts. These defense mechanisms help the ego manage the pressures from the id's primal desires and the superego's moral standards. Freud believed that while defense mechanisms can temporarily reduce anxiety, they often distort reality, potentially leading to unhealthy behaviors and emotions. Two of the most common defense mechanisms are denial and projection. 1. Denial, refusing to accept reality. Denial is one of the most basic defense mechanisms, in which an individual refuses to accept or acknowledge an uncomfortable reality. By denying the existence of a distressing fact or event, the individual protects themselves from the anxiety it would cause. For example, a person might refuse to believe that they have a serious illness or that a relationship is ending, even when there is clear evidence. Denial acts as a buffer, allowing the individual to avoid facing painful truths, but it can also lead to a prolonged state of avoidance and inability to deal with reality. Example: a person who has been told by their doctor that they have a health condition may refuse to acknowledge the diagnosis, insisting they are perfectly healthy despite clear symptoms. 2. Projection, attributing one's own unacceptable thoughts to others. Projection involves attributing one's own undesirable thoughts, feelings, or impulses to someone else. Instead of confronting or accepting these feelings, the individual projects them onto others, thus avoiding the anxiety associated with these unacceptable desires or emotions. Projection serves as a way for the ego to offload inner conflict by externalizing it. For example, a person who feels envious of a friend's success might accuse the friend of being jealous of them, or someone with aggressive tendencies might perceive others as hostile or aggressive toward them. Example, an employee who feels resentful of their boss might accuse their boss of harboring ill will toward them, even though the employee is the one experiencing negative feelings. Other common defense mechanisms ***. Repression. As previously discussed, repression involves pushing unwanted thoughts and memories into the unconscious. While this protects the individual from confronting painful emotions, these repressed thoughts can still influence behavior indirectly. Displacement. Displacement occurs when an individual redirects their emotions from the original source of stress to a safer or more acceptable target. For instance, someone who is frustrated with their boss might displace that anger by lashing out at a family member or friend. Rationalization. In rationalization, the individual creates logical or acceptable explanations for behaviors or feelings that might otherwise cause guilt or discomfort. This allows them to avoid confronting the true underlying reasons for their actions. Sublimation. Sublimation is considered a more positive defense mechanism in which socially unacceptable impulses are transformed into constructive or socially acceptable behaviors. For instance, someone with aggressive tendencies might channel that energy into sports or creative activities. Regression. Regression occurs when an individual reverts to behaviors from an earlier stage of development, typically as a way of coping with stress or anxiety. For example, an adult might begin acting in a childish manner when faced with a difficult situation, seeking comfort in more primitive behaviors. The role of defense mechanisms in everyday life. Freud believed that defense mechanisms are a normal part of human psychology, helping individuals navigate emotional conflict and the challenges of reality. However, when overused or relied upon excessively, these mechanisms can distort reality and prevent people from dealing with their true feelings or problems. In psychoanalysis, one of the goals is to help individuals recognize and understand their defense mechanisms, allowing them to confront their repressed emotions and resolve internal conflicts in healthier ways. Defense mechanisms and the unconscious. Since defense mechanisms operate unconsciously, individuals are often unaware that they are using them. By bringing these mechanisms into conscious awareness, Freud believed that people could better understand the root causes of their anxiety or psychological distress and begin to address their unresolved inner conflicts. Through the lens of psychoanalysis, defense mechanisms serve as a window into the unconscious mind, revealing how people protect themselves from the psychological pressures and tensions created by the ID, ego, and superego. In 1900, Sigmund Freud published The Interpretation of Dreams, a groundbreaking work that would become one of his most influential contributions to psychology. In this book, Freud introduced his theory that dreams are a window into the unconscious mind, providing insight into the repressed desires, unresolved conflicts, and hidden emotions that shape human behavior. This work laid the foundation for Freud's later theories on the unconscious and marked the beginning of his journey into psychoanalysis. The purpose of dreams. Freud believed that dreams served as a form of wish fulfillment, where the unconscious mind could express desires that were repressed in waking life due to social or moral constraints. According to Freud, these desires often stemmed from unresolved conflicts and instinctual drives, primarily related to sexuality and aggression, that were too disturbing or inappropriate to be acknowledged consciously. Dreams allowed these repressed thoughts to surface in symbolic form, providing a way for the mind to fulfill its wishes while still protecting the dreamer from experiencing anxiety or guilt. Manifest and latent content. In The Interpretation of Dreams, Freud introduced the concepts of manifest and latent content. The manifest content of a dream is the actual storyline or imagery that the dreamer remembers upon waking. This is often strange, disjointed, and appears to have little connection to the dreamer's waking life. However, Freud argued that the manifest content is a disguised version of the true meaning of the dream, known as the latent content. The latent content represents the hidden psychological meaning behind the dream. It is composed of repressed thoughts, desires, and emotions that the unconscious mind is attempting to express. Freud believed that the process of dream work, the transformation of latent content into manifest content, used various mechanisms such as condensation, displacement, and symbolism to disguise the true meaning of the dream. This transformation allowed the dreamer to confront repressed material in a less direct and threatening form. Dream symbols. Freud also argued that many dream elements were symbolic, representing deeper, unconscious desires or fears. He proposed that certain symbols in dreams had universal meanings, often tied to sexuality or other primal urges. For instance, he suggested that long, cylindrical objects might represent the phallus, while enclosed spaces could symbolize the womb. However, Freud also emphasized that the meaning of symbols could vary from person to person, depending on their individual experiences and unconscious conflicts. The role of the unconscious in dreams. At the heart of Freud's theory was the idea that dreams provide a direct link to the unconscious mind. He believed that the unconscious was the repository of repressed memories, fears, and desires that continued to influence behavior even though they were hidden from conscious awareness. By analyzing dreams, Freud sought to uncover these unconscious elements and bring them to the surface, where they could be addressed through psychoanalytic therapy. Freud's method for interpreting dreams involved asking patients to free associate on the different elements of their dreams, allowing them to explore the thoughts and emotions that arose in connection to the dream imagery. Through this process, Freud believed he could decode the symbolic meaning of the dream and reveal the underlying psychological issues that needed to be resolved. The significance of the interpretation of dreams. The interpretation of dreams was revolutionary in its time, challenging the prevailing scientific and philosophical views on the nature of dreams and the mind. Freud's ideas about the unconscious and the role of repressed desires in shaping behavior were controversial, but they fundamentally changed the way people thought about the mind and mental illness. This work laid the foundation for modern psychoanalysis and introduced the idea that exploring the unconscious could provide valuable insights into human behavior. Freud considered the interpretation of dreams to be one of his most important works, referring to it as the Royal Road to the Unconscious. Its publication marked the beginning of his systematic exploration of the mind's hidden depths, and it remains one of the key texts in the history of psychology and psychoanalysis. Freud famously referred to dreams as the Royal Road to the Unconscious, believing that they provided a unique and direct insight into the hidden desires, fears, and unresolved conflicts that reside deep within the unconscious mind. He saw dreams as a valuable tool for understanding the inner workings of the human psyche, particularly the repressed thoughts and emotions that individuals are often unaware of during their waking lives. The unconscious mind and repression. At the core of Freud's theory was the belief that much of human behavior is driven by unconscious forces, instincts, desires, and memories that are repressed because they are too disturbing, socially unacceptable, or anxiety-provoking to be acknowledged consciously. These repressed elements don't disappear. Instead, they reside in the unconscious mind, influencing behavior and emotions indirectly. Freud believed that dreams offered a way for these hidden thoughts and desires to surface, albeit in disguised or symbolic form. Dreams as wish fulfillment. Freud argued that the primary function of dreams is wish fulfillment, meaning that they represent the unconscious mind's attempt to satisfy desires that cannot be fulfilled in waking life. These wishes are often related to primal drives, such as sexuality or aggression, and may conflict with societal norms or the individual's moral standards, making them unacceptable to the conscious mind. In dreams, These desires are expressed symbolically, allowing the individual to experience them without facing the anxiety or guilt that would come with consciously acknowledging them. For Freud, every dream contained two layers of meaning. Manifest content: this is the actual storyline or imagery of the dream as remembered by the dreamer. It often appears disjointed, strange, or nonsensical. Latent content: the hidden, underlying meaning of the dream, which represents the unconscious desires and conflicts. Freud believed that the manifest content was a disguised version of the latent content, transformed through processes like symbolism, condensation, and displacement to protect the dreamer from confronting their repressed thoughts too directly. The role of dream work. Freud introduced the concept of dream work to explain how the latent content of a dream is transformed into its manifest content. Dream work includes various mechanisms that disguise the true meaning of the dream, allowing repressed thoughts to be expressed in a less threatening way. Condensation: several ideas or desires are combined into a single image or event in the dream. Displacement: the emotional significance of a desire or fear is shifted from its original target to something less threatening or symbolic. Symbolism: objects, people, or events in the dream represent deeper, often unconscious, meanings. By analyzing these elements and decoding the dream's latent content, Freud believed that one could uncover the repressed thoughts and desires lurking in the unconscious. Dreams and hidden desires. Freud believed that many of the desires revealed in dreams were rooted in early childhood experiences, particularly those involving repressed sexual or aggressive impulses. He theorized that much of adult behavior, including psychological issues like anxiety and neuroses, could be traced back to unresolved conflicts from childhood. Dreams, according to Freud, provided a way to access these hidden desires and conflicts, offering valuable insights into the root causes of mental distress. The royal road to the unconscious. Freud's famous phrase, "dreams are the royal road to the unconscious," captures his belief that dreams offer the clearest and most direct route to understanding the unconscious mind. Through the analysis of dreams, Freud sought to unlock the hidden layers of the psyche, revealing the repressed thoughts and emotions that shape behavior. He considered dream analysis an essential tool in psychoanalysis, helping patients confront and resolve the internal conflicts that were influencing their mental health. By interpreting dreams, Freud believed that individuals could gain insight into their deepest fears, desires, and unresolved conflicts. This process allowed patients to bring unconscious material into conscious awareness, where it could be explored and addressed in a therapeutic setting. In Freud's view, understanding the hidden content of dreams was key to understanding the complexity of the human mind. One of Freud's most controversial and widely debated theories is the Oedipus complex, which suggests that children experience unconscious sexual desires for the opposite sex parent and feelings of rivalry or jealousy toward the same-sex parent. Freud believed that this complex was a key aspect of a child's psychosexual development and played a crucial role in shaping the individual's personality and relationships later in life. The Oedipus complex explained. Freud derived the name Oedipus complex from the Greek myth of Oedipus, a tragic figure who unknowingly kills his father and marries his mother. According to Freud, young boys, during the phallic stage of development, around ages 3 to 6, develop unconscious sexual feelings for their mothers and view their fathers as rivals for her affection. Freud believed that these feelings were a normal part of development but were typically repressed as the child matured. In boys, Freud argued that the Oedipus complex created a tension between the child's unconscious desire for the mother and fear of the father's retaliation, what he called castration anxiety. The boy fears that his father will punish him by castrating him for having these forbidden desires toward his mother. To resolve this inner conflict, the boy represses his sexual feelings for his mother and begins to identify with his father, adopting his values and norms, which leads to the development of the superego, or moral conscience. The Electra complex. Freud's student, Carl Jung later introduced a parallel concept for girls called the Electra complex, named after the mythological figure Electra, who sought revenge on her mother for the murder of her father. In the Electra complex, Freud believed that girls experience unconscious sexual attraction toward their fathers and view their mothers as rivals. Freud also theorized that girls experience penis envy, a sense of inferiority and resentment toward their mothers for not having male genitalia, which drives their attraction to their fathers. Eventually, like boys, girls resolve this conflict by identifying with their mothers. Resolution and development of the superego. Freud believed that successfully resolving the Oedipus or Electra complex was essential for healthy psychosexual development. By repressing these early desires and identifying with the same-sex parent, children internalize their parents' values and develop their sense of morality, known as the superego. Failure to resolve this complex, according to Freud, could lead to neuroses or difficulties in forming healthy adult relationships, particularly with romantic partners. Controversy and criticism. Freud's theory of the Oedipus and Electra complexes has been one of his most criticized ideas, both in his time and today. Critics argue that the theory places too much emphasis on sexuality in childhood and that it is overly deterministic, suggesting that early childhood desires shape all future behavior. Feminist scholars have also criticized Freud's concept of penis envy, viewing it as reinforcing patriarchal norms and diminishing the experiences of women. Moreover, many contemporary psychologists and researchers reject the idea that children experienced sexual desires toward their parents in the way Freud described. Modern theories of child development tend to focus more on social and cognitive factors, such as attachment theory, rather than unconscious sexual desires. Despite the controversy, Freud's theory of the Oedipus complex has had a lasting impact on psychoanalysis and popular culture. It highlights Freud's belief that unconscious desires and childhood experiences play a critical role in shaping adult personality and behavior, even if the specific details of the theory are no longer widely accepted. Lasting influence on psychoanalysis. While the Oedipus complex is no longer considered a central part of modern psychology, it remains an iconic example of Freud's work and his focus on the unconscious mind. The theory underscores his belief in the importance of early childhood experiences, particularly in relation to family dynamics, and how they contribute to the formation of the self and influence adult relationships. Freud's theory of the Oedipus complex became central to his understanding of human development because it encapsulated his broader ideas about how unconscious desires and early childhood experiences shape personality, behavior, and relationships throughout life. Freud believed that the Oedipus complex was not just a stage of development, but a critical turning point that profoundly influenced the formation of the psyche, particularly the structure of the id, ego, and superego. The psychosexual stages of development. Freud's theory of human development is based on the idea of psychosexual stages, in which different areas of the body are the focus of pleasure and conflict as a child grows. He believed that unresolved conflicts at any stage could lead to fixations that would manifest in adult personality and behavior. The Oedipus complex occurs during the phallic stage, between the ages of 3 and 6, when a child's focus shifts to the genital area and relationships with their parents become psychologically significant. Central role in the formation of the superego. According to Freud, resolving the Oedipus complex is crucial for the development of the superego, which is the moral component of the psyche. Freud believed that, through the resolution of the Oedipus complex, children internalize the values and rules of their same-sex parent. By repressing their sexual desires for the opposite-sex parent and identifying with the same-sex parent, children develop a sense of morality, conscience, and social norms. This process, Freud argued, shapes how individuals learn to control their instincts and conform to societal expectations. Without resolving the Oedipus complex, Freud believed the superego would not develop properly, leading to a weak moral sense or difficulty in balancing the demands of the id, instinctual desires, and the ego, the mediator between desires and reality. Human development as conflict resolution. Freud saw human development as a series of conflicts between instinctual desires and societal constraints, and the Oedipus complex exemplified this dynamic. The complex represents the child's first encounter with major conflict between their instinctual sexual desires and the societal norms represented by the parents that prohibit these desires. In Freud's view, how a person navigates this conflict determines how well they adapt to the challenges of adulthood, particularly in terms of relationships, morality, and emotional regulation. The Oedipus complex introduced the idea that repression of unacceptable desires is necessary for psychological development. This mechanism of repression, Freud argued, was not a one-time event but the beginning of a lifelong process where the mind suppresses unconscious impulses to maintain psychological balance. Freud saw repression and the internalization of conflict as central to the human experience, and the Oedipus complex was the model through which this process first took shape. The foundation for adult relationships. Freud also believed that the resolution of the Oedipus complex influenced adult romantic relationships. He theorized that the way children navigate their feelings toward their parents affects their ability to form relationships later in life. For Freud, unresolved Oedipal desires could lead to difficulties in intimacy, jealousy, or dependency in adult relationships, reflecting an individual's struggle to fully resolve the conflict from childhood. The concept of repetition compulsion, where individuals unconsciously seek to relive unresolved childhood conflicts, stemmed from this idea. Freud believed that people often repeat patterns from their Oedipal stage in their adult relationships, choosing partners or engaging in behaviors that echo their early experiences with their parents. A model for other developmental conflicts. Freud saw the Oedipus complex as a template for understanding other conflicts in human development. He believed that it illustrated the fundamental struggle between instinctual desires and social rules that shapes human behavior throughout life. Just as children must resolve the Oedipal conflict, Freud argued that people continually face new conflicts between their desires and the demands of reality, and how they handle these conflicts determines their psychological health and personal development. By placing the Oedipus complex at the center of his theory, Freud emphasized the importance of early childhood experiences in shaping not just individual personalities but broader patterns of human behavior. He believed that the way children handle these early conflicts would influence their ability to navigate the complexities of life, relationships, and society. Lasting influence. Although the Oedipus complex has been heavily critiqued and is no longer widely accepted in contemporary psychology, its impact on Freud's understanding of human development was profound. It helped form the basis of his theory of the unconscious, his model of personality, and his views on how early childhood experiences shape adult life. Freud's emphasis on childhood conflict and unconscious desires has had a lasting influence on psychoanalysis, and even in its controversial nature, the Oedipus complex remains a significant part of Freud's legacy. Freud's theory of psychosexual development outlines 5 stages through which he believed every individual progresses during childhood. Each stage is characterized by the focus of the libido, sexual energy, on a different area of the body, and Freud believed that unresolved conflicts during any of these stages could lead to fixations, which might manifest as psychological problems in adulthood. 1. Oral stage, birth to 18 months. Focus of libido, mouth, sucking, biting, chewing. Key developmental task, weaning off breastfeeding or bottle feeding. Conflict, the child's dependency on oral stimulation versus the need to become less reliant on the caregiver. During the oral stage, pleasure is derived primarily through activities involving the mouth, such as sucking, eating, and biting. Freud believed that how the child navigates weaning or the transition away from breastfeeding is critical. If weaning occurs too early or too late, the child may become fixated at this stage. Possible adult fixation and oral fixation may manifest as excessive dependence on oral behaviors such as smoking, overeating, nail biting, or excessive talking. Freud also associated traits like passivity, dependency, and gullibility with an unresolved oral stage. 2. Anal stage, 18 months to 3 years. Focus of libido, anus, control over elimination. Key developmental task, toilet training. Conflict, the child's desire to control bowel movements versus the societal demand for appropriate behavior, toilet training. In the anal stage, pleasure comes from retaining or expelling feces. The conflict revolves around toilet training, which is the first major societal demand placed on the child. Freud believed that how the child is toilet trained, e.g., whether it's too strict or too lenient, can influence personality traits later in life. Possible adult fixation. Anal retentive personality. If toilet training is overly strict or harsh, the individual may become obsessively tidy, controlling, or perfectionistic as an adult. Anal expulsive personality. If toilet training is too lenient, the individual may develop a more disorganized, rebellious, or wasteful personality. 3. Phallic stage, 3 to 6 years. Focus of libido, genitals. Key developmental task, identification with the same-sex parent, resolution of the Oedipus or Electra complex. Conflict, unconscious sexual desires for the opposite sex parent versus fear and rivalry with the same-sex parent. The phallic stage is where Freud introduced his most controversial theory, the Oedipus complex for boys and the Electra complex for girls. During this stage, Freud believed that children experience unconscious sexual desires for their opposite sex parent and feelings of rivalry toward their same-sex parent. The resolution of this conflict, which occurs through identification with the same-sex parent, is essential for the development of the superego, the moral component of the psyche. Possible adult fixation, an unresolved phallic stage may result in difficulties with authority, an unhealthy relationship with one's parents, or problems forming intimate relationships later in life. In men, this could manifest as excessive masculinity or self-importance, while in women, it might appear as flirtatiousness or a need for validation. 4. Latency stage, 6 years to puberty. Focus of libido, dormant. Key developmental task, developing social and intellectual skills. Conflict, no major conflict at this stage, as sexual energy is repressed. During the latency stage, Freud believed that sexual desires are repressed, and children focus more on developing skills, hobbies, friendships, and intellectual pursuits. The libido takes a back seat as the child channels their energy into activities like school, sports, and social relationships. The main conflict is between these new interests and any unresolved conflicts from earlier stages. Possible adult fixation. Although Freud did not associate any specific fixations with the latency stage, he suggested that difficulties during this period could arise from unresolved issues in earlier stages. Problems with social interactions, academic performance, or low self-esteem could be traced back to earlier stages of development. 5. Genital stage, puberty onward. Focus of libido, genitals, sexual interests mature. Key developmental task, establishing mature, intimate relationships and contributing to society. Conflict, unresolved conflicts from earlier stages may re-emerge and influence adult behavior. The genital stage represents the final stage of psychosexual development, where sexual desires are directed toward others in more mature and reciprocal ways. This stage is marked by the onset of puberty and the focus on developing healthy, consensual romantic relationships. Freud believed that if an individual had successfully resolved the conflicts of earlier stages, they would be able to form balanced, loving relationships and contribute to society. Possible adult fixation. Freud argued that unresolved conflicts from earlier stages could resurface during the genital stage, leading to problems with intimacy, sexuality, or relationships in adulthood. For example, issues with trust, jealousy, or possessiveness in romantic relationships could stem from unresolved Oedipal conflicts. How unresolved conflicts lead to psychological problems. Freud believed that unresolved conflicts during any of these stages could lead to fixations, where an individual becomes stuck in a particular stage. These fixations could manifest as certain personality traits or behaviors in adulthood. For example, an oral fixation might result in dependency or habits like smoking or overeating. An anal fixation could lead to excessive control, anal retentive, or lack of organization, anal expulsive. An unresolved Oedipus complex could cause difficulties in forming intimate relationships or authority issues. Freud's theories suggested that these early childhood experiences play a critical role in shaping personality and behavior. He believed that bringing these unconscious conflicts to awareness through psychoanalysis could help individuals resolve the issues and lead healthier, more balanced lives. Freud's intense focus on sexuality as a fundamental driver of human behavior shocked the conservative, morally rigid values of Victorian society. During this period, discussions of sex and sexuality were considered taboo, especially in polite or intellectual circles. Freud's theories not only challenged the cultural norms of his time but also fundamentally reshaped how people thought about human behavior, relationships, and the unconscious mind. Victorian society's morality and repression. Victorian society in the late 19th and early 20th centuries was characterized by strict moral codes, particularly regarding sexuality. Public discussions about sexual behavior were heavily censored, and expressions of sexuality were seen as something to be suppressed or controlled. People were expected to uphold the appearance of virtue, modesty, and self-restraint, and even within the family unit, topics related to sex were often avoided. Freud's claim that sexual desires and instincts were central to human development directly contradicted the cultural norms of this era. Freud's psychosexual development theory, which posited that children go through stages of development focused on sexual desires, such as the oral, anal, and phallic stages, was particularly shocking to Victorian audiences. The idea that children could harbor unconscious sexual feelings, particularly his theory of the Oedipus complex, was scandalous and challenged the prevailing view of childhood innocence. Freud's assertion that sexuality begins at a very young age contradicted the widely held belief that sexual awareness only emerged in adulthood. The Oedipus complex and its controversy. Perhaps the most shocking of Freud's theories was the Oedipus complex, which suggested that young boys experience unconscious sexual desires for their mothers and feelings of rivalry toward their fathers. This theory, which he believed was a universal part of development, upended Victorian ideals of the family as a harmonious and morally upright institution. Freud's suggestion that these desires were not only natural but repressed by social forces defied the social and religious teachings of his time. Victorian society upheld a view of the family that centered on paternal authority, maternal nurturing, and strict gender roles. Freud's exploration of hidden sexual tensions within the family dynamic was unsettling because it suggested that even the most sacred relationships, those between parents and children, were influenced by repressed sexual desires. Sexuality as a driver of human behavior. Freud argued that sexuality was not merely a biological function but a fundamental aspect of the human experience that shaped much of human behavior, including thoughts, dreams, anxieties, and even neuroses. This view was radically different from the Victorian understanding of sexuality as something shameful or merely procreative. Freud's ideas of libido, erotic desire, and repression introduced a new framework for understanding the complexities of the human psyche. By emphasizing the role of sexuality in shaping identity and behavior, Freud introduced the concept of the unconscious mind, where repressed sexual desires are stored and continue to influence thoughts and actions without the individual's awareness. Freud's work suggested that many psychological issues stem from unresolved sexual conflicts that originate in childhood, a theory that clashed with Victorian beliefs about self-control, morality, and rationality, opening new ways of thinking. Despite the initial shock, Freud's focus on sexuality opened new ways of thinking about human relationships and psychology. His theories on repression, unconscious desires, and defense mechanisms helped explain why people might experience psychological distress or engage in self-sabotaging behavior. By addressing sexual desires as natural and fundamental to human development, Freud paved the way for a more open and honest discussion about mental health and personal relationships. Freud's work also influenced the fields of art, literature, and philosophy, where his exploration of the unconscious mind provided a framework for understanding the complexity of human motives and emotions. Writers, artists, and intellectuals began to explore the themes of hidden desires, dreams, and internal conflicts, drawing on Freud's theories to examine the darker, more complex aspects of the human experience. Legacy of Freud's theories. While Freud's focus on sexuality was shocking in his time, it ultimately contributed to the liberation of thought regarding human sexuality and relationships. Over time, his work helped destigmatize conversations about sex, leading to a greater understanding of the role sexuality plays in shaping identity, behavior, and mental health. In the broader social context, Freud's theories foreshadowed the sexual revolution of the 20th century, which challenged traditional sexual norms and promoted greater openness about sexual expression and identity. Although many of Freud's specific ideas, such as the Oedipus complex, have been criticized and revised, his emphasis on the importance of unconscious desires, particularly sexual ones, remains a foundational concept in psychology and psychoanalysis. Freud's willingness to confront societal taboos opened the door to new ways of thinking about human behavior, relationships, and the mind, transforming psychology into a field that sought to understand the deeper, often hidden aspects of human nature. Freud established psychoanalysis as both a theory of the mind and a method of treatment for mental illness, revolutionizing the field of psychology and creating a new approach to understanding and treating psychological disorders. Psychoanalysis combined Freud's ideas about the unconscious mind, repression, and early childhood experiences with a set of therapeutic techniques designed to explore and resolve deep-seated emotional conflicts. 1. The theory of psychoanalysis. At the heart of Freud's psychoanalytic theory is the idea that much of human behavior is driven by unconscious desires and conflicts, often stemming from early childhood experiences. Freud believed that the unconscious mind contained repressed thoughts, memories, and desires that individuals were unaware of but that still influenced their feelings, behaviors, and mental health. Freud's theory of psychoanalysis is built around several key concepts. The unconscious mind. Freud proposed that the human mind consists of three parts: the conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. The unconscious is where repressed thoughts, traumatic memories, and unresolved conflicts are stored, influencing behavior without the person's awareness. Repression. Freud believed that the mind actively represses painful or socially unacceptable thoughts and desires, pushing them into the unconscious. These repressed experiences, however, do not disappear. Instead, they manifest in symptoms like anxiety, depression, or physical ailments. Defense mechanisms. Freud identified various defense mechanisms that people unconsciously use to protect themselves from anxiety and internal conflict. These include denial, projection, rationalization, and displacement. Freud believed these mechanisms help individuals cope with emotional pain but can also lead to unhealthy psychological patterns if overused. The structure of personality. Freud's psychoanalytic theory introduced the ID, ego, and superego as the three components of the human psyche. The ID is driven by primitive desires and instincts, particularly sexual and aggressive impulses. The superego represents internalized moral values and societal rules, and the ego mediates between the ID's desires and the superego's demands, balancing reality with instinct. Freud argued that mental illness results from unresolved conflicts between these parts of the mind, particularly when unconscious desires or memories threaten to overwhelm the ego. This imbalance can cause distress, leading to neuroses or other mental health issues. 2. The method of treatment. Freud developed psychoanalysis not only as a theory but also as a therapeutic method for treating mental illness. His approach focused on bringing unconscious thoughts and conflicts to the surface, where they could be examined and resolved. Freud believed that once a patient gained insight into their unconscious mind, they could overcome their psychological symptoms and achieve mental well-being. Key methods of psychoanalytic treatment include free association. One of Freud's primary techniques was free association, where patients are encouraged to speak freely about whatever thoughts come to mind, without censorship or self-editing. This process helps bypass the conscious mind's defenses and allows unconscious material to emerge. Freud believed that seemingly random thoughts or associations could reveal hidden conflicts and desires. Dream analysis. Freud saw dreams as the royal road to the unconscious, believing that they provided a window into the repressed desires and emotions hidden in the unconscious mind. During therapy, Freud would interpret a patient's dreams, focusing on symbols, metaphors, and underlying meanings to uncover unresolved conflicts. Transference. In psychoanalysis, transference refers to the phenomenon where patients project feelings they have towards significant people in their lives, such as parents or romantic partners, onto the therapist. Freud believed that transference allowed patients to re-experience unresolved emotional conflicts in a safe, therapeutic environment, providing an opportunity for healing and insight. Catharsis. Freud believed that verbalizing repressed emotions and thoughts led to catharsis, or the release of pent-up feelings, which helped alleviate psychological distress. By discussing and confronting these emotions in therapy, patients could achieve emotional relief and resolution. Insight and interpretation. A key goal of psychoanalytic treatment is to help patients gain insight into their unconscious conflicts. Freud, as the analyst, would listen to the patient's associations, dreams, and behaviors, interpreting the material to help the patient understand the underlying causes of their mental distress. This insight was believed to be crucial for emotional healing. 3. The role of the analyst. In psychoanalysis, the therapist or analyst takes on a unique role. Rather than giving direct advice or guidance, the analyst listens carefully to the patient's free associations, dreams, and behaviors. The analyst remains neutral and detached, allowing the patient to project their unconscious conflicts onto them. By analyzing these projections, transference, and interpreting the material that arises, the therapist helps the patient gain insight into their unconscious mind. Freud believed that the relationship between the analyst and the patient, the therapeutic alliance, was crucial for treatment success. This relationship provided a space where patients could safely explore their unconscious conflicts and feelings without fear of judgment. 4. The case studies that established psychoanalysis. Freud's early work with patients suffering from hysteria and other neuroses provided the foundation for psychoanalysis. His famous case studies, such as Anna O., Dora, and Little Hans, demonstrated how his techniques of free association, dream analysis, and transference could uncover unconscious conflicts that were at the root of their symptoms. In the case of Anna O., a young woman suffering from hysteria, Freud's collaborator, Joseph Breuer, treated her with what became known as talk therapy, where she was encouraged to express her emotions and memories. Freud saw this case as a breakthrough, showing how repressed trauma could be brought to light and released through verbal expression. The case of Anna O. laid the groundwork for Freud's development of psychoanalytic therapy as a way to treat mental illness by exploring unconscious material. 5. The spread of psychoanalysis. Freud's psychoanalytic ideas quickly spread beyond Vienna, where he practiced, becoming an influential movement in Europe and the United States. Freud gathered around him a group of followers, including Carl Jung, Alfred Adler, and Otto Rank, who would help popularize psychoanalysis, although many would later develop their own schools of thought. In 1909, Freud traveled to the United States to give a series of lectures at Clark University, introducing psychoanalysis to American psychologists and psychiatrists. The success of these lectures helped establish psychoanalysis as a global movement and solidified Freud's reputation as one of the most important figures in psychology. 6. Criticism and legacy. Though Freud's psychoanalysis was groundbreaking, it also attracted significant criticism. Some critics argued that Freud's theories were unscientific, based too heavily on sexual instincts, or overly focused on unconscious drives. Others took issue with the subjective nature of psychoanalytic therapy and the lack of empirical evidence to support Freud's claims. Despite these criticisms, Freud's psychoanalytic theory remains a cornerstone of modern psychology. His exploration of the unconscious, defense mechanisms, and the influence of early childhood experiences paved the way for further research into mental illness, trauma, and emotional healing. Psychoanalysis also provided the basis for many other forms of psychotherapy, including psychodynamic therapy, which evolved from Freud's original ideas but places less emphasis on sexual drives and more on interpersonal relationships. Freud's lasting impact. Freud's establishment of psychoanalysis as both a theory and a method of treatment fundamentally changed the way we understand and approach mental illness. By focusing on the unconscious mind and the emotional roots of psychological distress, Freud opened the door to new forms of therapy and expanded the boundaries of psychology. Although modern therapy has evolved and many of Freud's original ideas have been revised or rejected, his influence on psychology and psychotherapy remains profound, and the legacy of psychoanalysis continues to shape mental health treatment today. Freud's approach to talk therapy, also known as the talking cure, became a cornerstone of modern psychotherapy and marked a revolutionary shift in the treatment of mental illness. Prior to Freud, the treatment of mental disorders often involved physical interventions, such as electroshock therapy, isolation, or even surgery. Freud's method, which centered on allowing patients to speak freely about their thoughts, emotions, and memories, changed the way therapists and psychiatrists approached mental health. 1. The origins of talk therapy. Freud's approach to talk therapy began with his collaboration with Joseph Breuer, particularly in their treatment of a patient known as Anna O. Anna O. suffered from hysteria, a condition characterized by physical symptoms with no clear physiological cause. Breuer and Freud discovered that when Anna was encouraged to speak freely about her thoughts and feelings, particularly about her past traumas, her symptoms improved. She referred to this process as the talking cure, a term that would later become synonymous with psychoanalysis. Freud believed that verbal expression could uncover repressed emotions, traumatic memories, and unresolved conflicts stored in the unconscious mind. These unacknowledged emotions were, according to Freud, the root cause of many psychological disorders. Through talking, patients could bring these hidden issues to the surface, confront them, and eventually find relief from their symptoms. 2. Free association, the core of talk therapy. One of Freud's key innovations in talk therapy was the technique of free association. In free association, patients are asked to lie down and say whatever comes to mind without filtering or censoring their thoughts. Freud believed that this spontaneous verbal expression bypassed the conscious mind's defenses, allowing repressed material from the unconscious to emerge. Free association was an essential tool in psychoanalysis because it gave insight into a patient's unconscious thoughts, desires, and fears. By listening carefully to the patient's stream of consciousness, Freud would interpret patterns, themes, or recurring thoughts that pointed to unresolved psychological conflicts. This process helped patients gain self-awareness and insight into the underlying causes of their emotional distress. 3. The therapeutic alliance. Freud emphasized the importance of the relationship between the therapist and the patient, known as the therapeutic alliance. In talk therapy, the therapist provides a safe, non-judgmental space where patients feel comfortable expressing their deepest thoughts and emotions. This alliance is built on trust and empathy, allowing patients to explore difficult or painful topics that they might otherwise repress or avoid. One of the key dynamics in this relationship is transference, where patients project feelings about significant figures in their lives, such as parents or romantic partners, onto the therapist. Freud saw transference as an opportunity to help patients re-experience and resolve past emotional conflicts. The therapist's role in talk therapy is not to give direct advice, but to guide the patient in exploring and understanding their own mind. 4. Insight and catharsis. Freud believed that talk therapy could lead to insight, a deep understanding of the unconscious motivations behind a patient's behavior, thoughts, and emotions. Through the process of talking, reflecting, and interpreting, patients could gain clarity about their internal conflicts and why they were experiencing psychological distress. Talk therapy also aimed to achieve catharsis, the release of repressed emotions and tensions. Freud believed that by bringing unconscious feelings to the surface and discussing them openly, patients could experience emotional relief and a reduction in symptoms. This process of emotional release was central to Freud's method, as it allowed patients to let go of past traumas and move toward healing. 5. The legacy of talk therapy. Freud's development of talk therapy laid the foundation for modern psychotherapy, and many of its core principles remain integral to therapeutic practices today. The focus on verbal expression, self-awareness, and the therapeutic relationship continues to influence various schools of psychotherapy, including psychodynamic therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and humanistic therapy. In particular, Freud's emphasis on the therapeutic alliance and the role of insight in healing remains central to many therapeutic approaches. The idea that talking through one's problems, emotions, and past experiences can lead to psychological growth and symptom relief has become a fundamental tenet of mental health care. While Freud's theories about the unconscious and repressed desires have evolved and been challenged by subsequent generations of psychologists, his contribution to the use of talking as a therapeutic tool remains one of the most enduring aspects of his legacy. The notion that words themselves can heal, that a person can gain insight and self-understanding through open dialogue, continues to be a cornerstone of modern psychotherapy. Freud's work laid the foundation for modern psychology, but it was also a starting point for other great thinkers like Carl Jung and Alfred Adler, who expanded upon his theories in their own unique ways. Additionally, Freud's ideas faced significant criticism from a variety of thinkers who challenged his views, leading to the development of new schools of thought within psychology. 1. Carl Jung, The Unconscious and Archetypes. One of Freud's most famous followers turned critics was Carl Jung, a Swiss psychiatrist who initially collaborated with Freud before eventually developing his own theories. While Freud emphasized the role of the unconscious mind in terms of repressed desires and conflicts, Jung expanded the concept to include what he called the collective unconscious, a deeper, shared level of the unconscious that contains archetypes, universal symbols, and themes common to all humans. Key differences. Collective unconscious. While Freud focused on the personal unconscious, repressed memories and desires, Jung believed in a collective unconscious shared by all humanity, containing archetypes such as the hero, mother, and shadow that shape human experiences. Dream interpretation. Freud saw dreams as wish fulfillment and expressions of repressed desires. Jung, however, viewed dreams as pathways to understanding the collective unconscious and saw them as a means of personal growth, exploring deeper, spiritual aspects of the psyche. Spirituality. Jung was more open to the spiritual dimensions of psychology, seeing the psyche as striving for wholeness and balance, while Freud was more focused on biological drives, such as sex and aggression. Jung's break with Freud was dramatic, but it led to the development of analytical psychology, which explored the deeper layers of the unconscious and the role of myths and symbols in shaping human experience. Jung's ideas, particularly his focus on archetypes and the process of individuation, the integration of the conscious and unconscious, had a profound influence on psychology, art, and culture. 2. Alfred Adler, Individual Psychology and Social Drives. Another key figure who expanded on Freud's work was Alfred Adler, an Austrian psychologist who developed individual psychology. Adler began as a member of Freud's inner circle but eventually broke away, disagreeing with Freud's emphasis on sexuality as the primary driving force behind human behavior. Key contributions. Inferiority complex. Adler introduced the concept of the inferiority complex, which describes feelings of inadequacy that arise when individuals perceive themselves as weaker or less capable than others. He believed that these feelings drive much of human behavior, particularly the desire for power and success. Social interest. While Freud emphasized individual drives, Adler focused on the importance of social interest and community. He believed that people are primarily motivated by their desire to belong and to contribute to society. Birth order theory. Adler explored how family dynamics, such as birth order, shape personality development. He suggested that firstborns, middle children, and youngest children develop different characteristics based on their familial roles. Adler's individual psychology shifted the focus away from unconscious conflicts and toward the conscious, goal-directed behavior of individuals. He emphasized personal growth, self-improvement, and the importance of societal connections in shaping human development. His ideas influence fields like humanistic psychology and counseling. 3. Critics who challenged Freud. Freud's theories were groundbreaking, but they also attracted significant criticism from within the field of psychology as well as from outside thinkers. 3.1 Karen Horney. One of Freud's most vocal critics was Karen Horney, a German psychoanalyst who challenged Freud's views on gender and sexuality. Freud's theories often portrayed women as inferior to men, particularly his concept of penis envy, the idea that women experience a sense of inferiority and desire because they lack a penis. Womb envy. In response, Horney proposed the idea of womb envy, suggesting that men may experience feelings of inadequacy because they cannot bear children. She argued that gender differences are not the result of biological drives but are instead shaped by social and cultural factors. Neurosis and anxiety. Horney also redefined Freud's concept of neurosis, viewing it as a result of interpersonal conflicts and social pressures rather than repressed sexual desires. She focused on how feelings of insecurity and the need for love and acceptance drive much of human behavior. 3.2 Erik Erikson. Erik Erikson, a psychoanalyst influenced by Freud, expanded on Freud's theory of psychosexual development by creating his own model of psychosocial development. Erikson emphasized the role of social relationships and identity in shaping personality, developing an 8-stage theory that spanned the entire human lifespan. Psychosocial stages. Unlike Freud, who focused primarily on childhood development, Erikson believed that personality continues to develop throughout life, with each stage involving a different psychosocial conflict, such as trust versus mistrust or identity versus role confusion. Identity crisis. Erikson's concept of the identity crisis, the struggle to form a coherent sense of self during adolescence, became a key idea in modern psychology and continues to influence research on identity development. 3.3 Behaviorists. Freud's theories were also challenged by the rise of behaviorism in the early 20th century, led by figures like John Watson and B.F. Skinner. Behaviorists rejected Freud's focus on the unconscious mind and inner conflicts, arguing that psychology should only study observable behavior. Focus on conditioning. Behaviorists believe that behavior is learned through conditioning, either classical or operant, and that mental illness results from maladaptive learned behaviors, not unconscious conflicts. Scientific rigor. The behaviorist movement emphasized empirical research and sought to make psychology a more objective and scientific discipline, in contrast to Freud's more subjective, introspective methods. 3.4 Feminist critics. Many feminist thinkers also challenged Freud's theories, particularly his views on women and sexuality. Simone de Beauvoir and Betty Friedan criticized Freud for reinforcing patriarchal gender roles and for pathologizing women's experiences. Freud's concept of penis envy and his assertion that women's psychological development is inherently tied to their lack of male genitalia were seen as deeply flawed and sexist. Feminist critics argued that Freud's theories reflected the gender biases of his time and failed to account for the social and cultural factors that influence women's lives and identities. 4. Legacy of Freud's work and his critics. Freud's work remains highly influential, but the contributions of thinkers like Jung, Adler, Horney, and Erikson, as well as the critiques from behaviorists and feminists, helped to broaden and diversify the field of psychology. These challenges to Freud's theories led to the development of new perspectives, such as humanistic psychology, cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and feminist psychology, which continue to shape how mental health is understood and treated today. While many of Freud's ideas have been revised or abandoned, his focus on the unconscious mind, the importance of childhood experiences, and the use of talk therapy remains central to modern psychotherapy. Freud's work, along with the expansions and critiques from later thinkers, has left a lasting legacy on psychology, influencing how we understand the human mind and behavior. Freud's life took a dramatic and tragic turn with the rise of Nazism in Austria. Born into a Jewish family, Freud had spent most of his life in Vienna, where he developed his groundbreaking theories and established his practice. However, his Jewish heritage made him a target under the Nazi regime, which viewed Jews as a threat and sought to eradicate their presence from Europe. 1. The Nazi invasion of Austria. In March 1938, Nazi Germany annexed Austria in what became known as the Anschluss. This event marked the beginning of a dark period for Austrian Jews, as anti-Semitic policies and violence were quickly implemented. The Nazis immediately began persecuting Jewish intellectuals, artists, and professionals, and many were arrested or forced into exile. Freud, as one of Austria's most famous Jewish intellectuals, was particularly vulnerable. His prominence as the founder of psychoanalysis and his Jewish background made him a target of the Nazi regime. The Gestapo raided his apartment and publishing house, confiscating assets and threatening his family. Several of Freud's sisters, who remained in Austria, would later perish in Nazi concentration camps. 2. Freud's reluctance to leave Vienna. Despite the dangers, Freud was initially reluctant to leave Vienna. By this time, Freud was in his early 80s and had been battling oral cancer for years. His health was deteriorating, and Vienna had been his home for much of his life. Freud had an emotional attachment to the city where he had developed his theories, founded the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society, and built his professional career. Freud was also a deeply rational man, and he initially believed that his fame and reputation might protect him from the Nazis. However, as the situation worsened, it became clear that his life, and the lives of his family members, were in imminent danger. 3. International pressure to secure Freud's escape. Freud's international colleagues, particularly those in Britain and the United States, were alarmed by the escalating danger and began lobbying to secure his escape. Among them was Ernest Jones, a close colleague and president of the International Psychoanalytical Association, who worked tirelessly to facilitate Freud's relocation to London. Marie Bonaparte, a wealthy and influential psychoanalyst who was a close friend of Freud, also played a key role. Bonaparte used her connections to help secure the necessary exit visas and negotiate with the Nazi authorities, even paying a large ransom to ensure Freud's safe passage. 4. Freud's exile to London. In June 1938, Freud finally fled Vienna with his wife, Martha, his daughter Anna Freud, and several other family members. The journey was fraught with uncertainty, as they had to navigate the perilous political landscape of Nazi-controlled Austria. However, with the help of friends and colleagues, Freud and his family managed to reach Paris and later made their way to London, where they settled in the neighborhood of Hampstead. Freud's arrival in London was met with great relief by the psychoanalytic community and his supporters around the world. Though he was safe from Nazi persecution, Freud's health continued to decline. He remained deeply troubled by the fate of the family members and friends he had left behind in Austria, many of whom would not survive the Holocaust. 5. Freud's final days in exile. Freud spent the last year of his life in London, where he continued to work despite his declining health. By this time, his cancer had worsened significantly, causing him excruciating pain. Nevertheless, Freud remained intellectually active, completing his final book, Moses and Monotheism, in which he explored his thoughts on religion, history, and the Jewish people. Freud passed away in London on September 23, 1939, just a few months after the outbreak of World War II. His death marked the end of an era in the history of psychology, but his legacy lived on as psychoanalysis continued to influence not only psychology but also literature, art, and culture. Freud's escape from Austria, though harrowing, allowed him to spend his final days in relative peace and safety, surrounded by his family and colleagues. 6. The fate of Freud's family. Tragically, not all of Freud's family members escaped the horrors of the Holocaust. 4 of his sisters, Pauline, Rosa, Marie, and Adolphine, remained in Austria and were later deported to Nazi concentration camps, where they were murdered. Freud was aware of the danger they faced, but he was powerless to help them escape, a fact that weighed heavily on him during his final months in exile. 7. Freud's legacy and posthumous rehabilitation. Freud's flight from Austria was a symbol of the broader Jewish intellectual exodus during the Nazi era. Many of the greatest minds of the 20th century, scientists, writers, artists, were forced to flee Europe to escape persecution. Freud's survival ensured that psychoanalysis would continue to flourish, particularly in the United States and the United Kingdom, where many of his followers were located. Freud's decision to leave Austria, though difficult, preserved his intellectual legacy and allowed him to continue influencing psychology and psychoanalysis until the end of his life. Today, Freud's London home, now the Freud Museum, stands as a testament to his contributions to the world and the tragic circumstances that forced him to flee his homeland. After fleeing Austria in 1938, Sigmund Freud settled in London, where he spent the final year of his life. Despite his deteriorating health, Freud continued his work with remarkable dedication, even as he battled oral cancer. His London home, located in Hampstead, became a sanctuary where he resumed his psychoanalytic practice, received visitors, and completed his final writings. During this period, Freud worked on Moses and Monotheism, a deeply personal exploration of his thoughts on religion, Jewish identity, and the psychological underpinnings of religious belief. He maintained close relationships with his daughter Anna Freud, a pioneering psychoanalyst herself, and other colleagues who supported him during his final months. Freud's condition worsened in the summer of 1939, and he passed away on September 23, 1939, at the age of 83. His contributions to psychology and psychoanalysis left an indelible mark on the field, shaping the way we understand the human mind to this day. Freud's London home is now the Freud Museum, preserving his legacy and offering insight into his final days in exile. Sigmund Freud suffered from jaw cancer for nearly 16 years, a condition that severely impacted his health and ability to speak. Despite undergoing over 30 surgical procedures to treat the cancer, he continued to work, write, and see patients. His condition worsened in his final years, especially after his relocation to London in 1938, following the Nazi annexation of Austria. In September 1939, as his cancer became unbearable, Freud requested his doctor to administer a fatal dose of morphine to ease his pain, which was granted. Freud passed away on September 23, 1939, at the age of 83. His death marked the end of a monumental life dedicated to exploring the human mind, and his work continues to influence psychology, psychiatry, and the humanities. Freud's death in 1939 marked the end of a revolutionary era in psychology. His pioneering work on the unconscious mind, dreams, and the development of psychoanalysis redefined the way we understand human behavior, mental health, and personality. Freud's theories laid the groundwork for countless psychological practices and influenced disciplines far beyond psychology, including literature, art, and sociology. Although his ideas sparked both admiration and controversy, Freud's legacy continues to shape modern thought. His introduction of concepts like the ID, ego, and superego, as well as his emphasis on childhood development and repression, revolutionized psychology, opening the door to new ways of treating mental illness and understanding the mind. Sigmund Freud's ideas extended far beyond the field of psychology, profoundly influencing literature, art, and philosophy. His exploration of the unconscious mind, the role of dreams, and the importance of repressed desires resonated deeply with writers, artists, and thinkers across various disciplines. In literature, Freud's theories inspire new ways of understanding character development, motivation, and narrative structure. Modernist writers such as James Joyce, Virginia Woolf, and Marcel Proust incorporated Freudian themes of stream of consciousness, memory, and the complexity of human desire into their works, transforming storytelling. In the world of art, Freud's ideas about the unconscious influenced movements like Surrealism, where artists such as Salvador Dali and Max Ernst explored dreamlike imagery, irrationality, and the hidden layers of the mind through their artwork. The Surrealists embraced Freud's concept of the unconscious as a source of creativity and insight into human nature. Freud's impact on philosophy was equally profound, particularly in shaping 20th-century existentialist and postmodern thought. Philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Michel Foucault engaged with Freudian ideas about the self, consciousness, and human freedom, sparking debates about identity, sexuality, and the nature of reality. Freud's revolutionary ideas not only redefined psychology but also left a lasting mark on culture, creativity, and intellectual thought, making him one of the most influential figures of the modern era. Sigmund Freud's theories have inspired countless works of art and continue to shape modern culture by offering profound insights into the human mind, emotions, and subconscious desires. His concepts, such as the unconscious, dream interpretation, and repression, provided artists and creators with a new lens through which they could explore the complexities of human existence. 1. Surrealism and dream imagery. One of the most direct influences of Freud's work on art can be seen in the Surrealist movement. Artists like Salvador Dali, René Magritte, and Max Ernst were heavily inspired by Freud's exploration of the unconscious mind and the meaning of dreams. They sought to tap into the hidden depths of the psyche by creating dreamlike, irrational, and often bizarre imagery. Dali's The Persistence of Memory, 1931, with its melting clocks and eerie landscapes, captures the fluid, distorted nature of time as it might appear in a dream, reflecting Freud's ideas that dreams reveal hidden fears and desires. Magritte's work often played with the juxtaposition of ordinary objects in surreal settings, suggesting deeper, unconscious meanings behind familiar realities. His painting The Lovers, 1928, for example, evokes themes of desire, intimacy, and the barriers between people, aligning with Freudian ideas about love and repression. 2. Psychoanalysis in film. Freud's ideas about the unconscious mind, repression, and dreams have also had a lasting impact on cinema. Many filmmakers have drawn on his theories to explore characters' psychological depths, trauma, and hidden motivations. Alfred Hitchcock, often referred to as the master of suspense, incorporated Freudian concepts into many of his films. In Psycho, 1960, the character of Norman Bates suffers from an extreme form of Oedipal complex, one of Freud's most controversial theories. Bates' split personality and repressed guilt mirror Freud's ideas about the divided self and the unconscious mind. More recently, films like Inception, 2010, by Christopher Nolan delve into the realm of dreams and the unconscious, echoing Freud's belief that dreams serve as a gateway to hidden truths and desires. 3. Freudian themes in literature. Freud's impact on modern literature is immense. Writers like James Joyce, Franz Kafka, Virginia Woolf, and D.H. Lawrence were influenced by his exploration of the psyche, using his ideas to shape their narratives, delve into character psychology, and tackle themes like repression, sexuality, and identity. James Joyce's Ulysses, 1922, employs stream of consciousness techniques that mirror Freud's free association method, where characters' thoughts flow freely, revealing their unconscious processes and inner conflicts. Freud's focus on memory and repression also influenced Joyce's exploration of the character's past traumas. Franz Kafka's works, such as The Metamorphosis, 1915, explore themes of alienation, guilt, and the relationship between the individual and authority, all of which align with Freudian ideas about repression and the internal struggle between desires and societal norms. 4. The influence on modern art. Beyond surrealism, Freud's ideas continue to influence contemporary art, particularly in the exploration of identity, trauma, and the self. Many modern artists draw on Freud's theories of repression and the unconscious to address issues like mental health, sexuality, and personal history. Artists like Louise Bourgeois and Tracy Emin explore themes of trauma, memory, and emotion, often using their personal experiences as material for their art. Bourgeois' sculptures, like Maman, 1999, represent repressed anxieties about motherhood, fear, and the body, themes central to Freudian psychoanalysis. In the performance and conceptual art world, Marina Abramovich's works often explore the intersection of the mind and body, drawing on Freudian themes of pain, endurance, and unconscious drives. 5. Freud's lasting cultural impact. Freud's theories have permeated popular culture, shaping everything from advertising to pop psychology. His ideas about the unconscious mind, human sexuality, and repressed emotions have been used to explain not only individual behavior but also societal trends. Advertising frequently employs Freudian concepts by tapping into unconscious desires, often using symbols of power, success, and sexuality to appeal to consumers. Mad Men, the TV series about 1960s advertising, frequently explores the ways in which Freud's ideas were used to manipulate consumer behavior. The ongoing debates around Freud reflect the complexity of his legacy. While his ideas have been challenged, his work remains a cornerstone of psychology and continues to shape how we think about the human mind. His theories opened up new ways of understanding the self and human motivation, and whether viewed as a genius or outdated, Freud's influence on psychology, art, literature, and culture is undeniable. In essence, Freud's work remains divisive, with passionate supporters who credit him for pioneering the study of the mind, and critics who argue that many of his theories have been discredited. Despite the controversies, Freud's lasting impact on the way we think about human behavior ensures that his work will continue to be debated and revisited for years to come. Despite the controversies surrounding his work, Sigmund Freud's contributions to the understanding of the human mind remain undeniable. His pioneering exploration of the unconscious, his development of psychoanalysis, and his theories on repression, dreams, and the structure of the psyche, id, ego, and superego, fundamentally changed the way we think about mental processes. Freud's emphasis on the importance of early childhood experiences in shaping adult personality and behavior laid the groundwork for modern developmental psychology. His method of talk therapy, where patients explore their thoughts and emotions to uncover hidden conflicts, revolutionized the treatment of mental illness and is still a cornerstone of psychotherapy today. While some of his theories, such as the Oedipus complex and penis envy, have been widely criticized or rejected, Freud's influence extends beyond psychology into literature, art, and philosophy. His work provided a framework for understanding the complexity of human motivations, and his ideas continue to inspire and provoke debate in both academic and cultural contexts. In the end, Freud's contributions opened up new pathways for exploring the human mind, and his legacy remains an essential part of the intellectual history of the 20th century. As we conclude this exploration of Sigmund Freud's life and work, it's clear that his role in uncovering the complexity of the human mind is nothing short of revolutionary. Freud opened doors to understanding the unconscious, bringing to light the hidden thoughts, desires, and emotions that shape who we are. His development of psychoanalysis gave us new tools to explore the depths of the mind, forever altering the way we approach mental health and human behavior. Despite the controversies and criticisms, Freud's ideas have left an indelible mark on psychology, culture, and the way we view ourselves. His work not only paved the way for modern therapy but also inspired countless thinkers, writers, and artists to delve into the mysteries of the mind. Freud's legacy endures as a reminder of the power of inquiry, the importance of exploring the unknown, and the profound impact of understanding our own inner worlds. As we wrap up, I encourage you to take a moment to reflect on the relevance of Freud's ideas today. His exploration of the unconscious mind and human desires continues to resonate in how we understand ourselves and our motivations. Whether it's through therapy, literature, or even everyday introspection, Freud's insights into the hidden aspects of our psyche remind us that there's always more beneath the surface of our thoughts and actions. How much of what we do is driven by desires we're not even aware of? And how do our past experiences shape who we are today? Freud's work invites us to question, reflect, and dive deeper into our own minds. His legacy challenges us to keep exploring the complexities of human nature. Thank you for joining me on this journey. Don't forget to subscribe to Whisper Tales for more intriguing explorations of the human experience. Stay curious, whispered ones, and continue to unlock the mysteries within.